Hello, YouTube. I hope that we are live now. Welcome to this seminar or webinar. We are going to talk about strategies for progress outside of the big cities. My name is Linn Vegimo. I'm going to be moderator for this session. I'm in the leadership of the party in Sweden, and we have analyzed the results of the last elections. And we have problems outside the big cities. So it's going to be very interesting to hear how you work in other countries with this question. And in the panel today, we have Antti Saralainen, he's from Finland. We have Nils Brøgger from the Socialist People's Party of Denmark. Torgeir Knag Fylkesnes is the Socialist Left Party in Norway. Espen Børge Sørensen from Enhedslisten in Denmark, and Birger Lahti from the Left Party in Sweden. We are going to start with all the participants presenting themselves and just talk a bit about the situation in their countries, and then we will have a discussion afterwards with questions and answers. So we will do this, and I will give the word to Antti first. Please, Antti.
Hello everyone, I'm Antti Saaralainen from Finland. I'm working for the Left Alliance in the party office as a secretary of municipal politics and organizational development, and I'm also a member of the city council in Joensuu, in my hometown. And we are now in the interesting times for Left Alliance because we won at the last general elections, and we are now member of the central left government, and we hold the office of Minister of Education and Minister of Social Affairs and Health. So our ministers are really like in the spotlight during this corona crisis. And now we have this extension of compulsory education and making of the secondary education free, because we have now the Minister of Education. And this affects the municipalities in great length, and the right-wing opposition is trying to make it look like this new policy will devastate municipalities' economies, even though the new responsibilities for the municipalities are funded 100% by the state. And our membership is growing, but at the same time getting older outside of the university cities. So we are like rapidly growing in places like Helsinki, Turku, Jyväskylä. But at the outside of these cities, we are like struggling to find new activists to run the party chapters and be active in these municipalities. And now we are in the mid of the municipal elections.
We're in the midst of
so we are like trying to get as many candidates for the municipal elections as possible. And in the municipal elections, we are in a challenging time when the biggest municipal party, the Centre Party, is struggling in existential crisis, and at the same time there's a huge inside fighting among them, and the right-wing populists, True Finns, are trying to gain votes, especially from them.
And the right-wing party,
we are not like struggling to get the same votes as the Centre Party or the True Finns,
get the same votes as the Centre Party and the True Finns.
The True Finns are like really problematic for us because they are like anti-immigration. They have racist policies and racist politicians.
They have racist policies and racist politicians
inside the party. They are like the
party.
Sister organization of the Swedish Democrats.
They're the sister organization almost of the Sweden Democrats.
And the Centre Party used to be the big party in the municipalities,
and having an absolute majority in many smaller municipalities. Absolute majority in many smaller municipalities. So it's going to be interesting to see what will happen in the upcoming elections.
As I said, we are now
we're now in a phase where
we're for the coming elections,
fielding candidates for the coming elections, and it's going to be harder than last time, partly because of the COVID crisis, and partly because discussions have been polarized, and the climate of debate is very harsh. I am participating in calling people and trying to ask them to become candidates for the elections. And I've many times heard people, particularly younger women, perhaps say that they're afraid they fear standing as candidates in these elections. And that is a threat. And as a party, we're working to ensure everybody's security. And of course, we're working for all our candidates. The number of candidates we have now is 2/3 of what we had in the last elections, and we're optimistic that we're going to have the same number of candidates in these elections. But on the topic of this discussion, we can see that it's harder to find candidates in rural areas and outside of the big university cities, which are now, of course, the basis of our support.
This discussion is interesting because I just
read a book
by Bernie Sanders from the 2016 elections, where he's angry about the fact that Democrats don't organize and overlook small rural areas.
Democrats don't organize and overlook small rural areas. And
so maybe
in his opinion, that led to the victory of the Republicans.
Speech.
So I think that would be my introduction to the topic.
Niels, please. Yes, I don't know if I'm going to do it in English or Danish, på dansk. As you like it. Danish is okay. I'll do it in English if that's okay with you. I'm Niels Brøgger, and it's difficult to say in English. I work as with SF. I've been working with campaigns. I've done this the last 4 years or so. The political situation in Denmark,
obviously quite impacted by the corona crisis. Approximately a year and a half ago,
we had a general election where we had a change of government, so that at present we have a one-party government. I think we have lost Niels. We cannot hear him, no. Well, he disappeared. Then we will, I hope we'll get back soon, but I will give the word to Torgeir now. Torgeir Knag Fylkesnes from Norway. Oh, I'm back now, I can continue. Okay. We have one party with a group of coalition parties consisting of basically 3 other parties, but yes. Then we are approaching a local election. It's coming up in November this year, and we are all busy preparing for this local election. And this local election is obviously going to be interesting because at the moment we see that the government, the Social Democrats, they have gained a lot of strength, and they have plus 30% in the opinion polls. But the interesting thing is that normally we saw that when the Social Democrat is a big party, then my party and other parties tend to be smaller. But at the moment we see we keep the strength that we gained at the national election in 2019. So generally speaking, the red bloc, if you take that as a unity, has gained a lot of strength over the last couple of years, and the blue bloc, so to speak, is in huge problems. So therefore, we hope to get a good and strong outcome of the local elections, but we are busy preparing it, and we are facing some of the same problems you are. Our local party associations are really struggling how to deal with corona crisis, how to mobilize members, how to even elect candidates, and how to start the mobilization, how to get through the media where everything they write about is the corona crisis, corona, and corona again. So yes, in that sense, our democracy is under pressure, and yeah, but we hope that we will end up in a situation where the preparation phase of the election campaign will be under the circumstances of Corona, but we'll reach November. We hope that will be on the other side, so to speak, and that we will manage to do an election campaign which will not be too impacted by Corona. And yeah, Corona is obviously the big, the climate is big, the biodiversity is big, health generally speaking is big. Yeah. All right, so I think maybe we'll end there, and I'm looking forward to the debate. Thank you. Thank you very much. Torgeir, please. Hello, hello. I will do this in Norwegian, so that the translators will not be out of work. Yes, I'm in the car now.
Because I've been on a ski trip with my family, on a Sunday ski trip, a very Norwegian tradition. I'm vice chair in a socialistic left in Norway, SF, SV. And we will up next for Nordic elections. We'll be having our elections on the 13th of September this year. So we are preparing elections at present. And all of our candidates for parliament have already been nominated. And we're seeing great changes in Norwegian politics. The Arbeiderpartiet, the Workers' Party in Norway, has had about 30% of the vote for many, many years, but now they've fallen to around 20%, while the Centre Party, which in Norway is a centre-left party, really, and we had a red-green government with them back in 2013-15. They've grown, and they're now even with the Workers' Party in size. So we have the right party, the Conservatives, and we have the Centrum Party, and then we have Arbeiderpartiet, the Workers' Party. And as in SV, we hover around 80% in the polls on average, and we're growing. We're seeing a positive trend, a long-term positive trend, which makes us optimistic. Now, our equivalent to the true Finns and the Sweden Democrats, they are doing poorly. And it is our aim to take more votes than they do. I mean, we've sort of been fighting about having the edge for quite a long time, to get ahead. So it would be a great victory for us if we do manage to take more votes than they do. We know that the elections will be marked by district policies, outlying area policies. And I think that is what has made the Centrum Party grow, because during this government, the blue government, the policies have accelerated urbanization, and they have reinforced centralization. And so people are very frustrated out in the villages, in the rural areas. They don't like this centralization policy. There's not a lot of support for that in Norway. I'm representing northern Norway, where we have a big city, Tromsø, and even in Tromsø, district policies are very important. Back in 2017, I fought a district battle, really. We had many different proposals, of course, but we really focused on geographical issues, using land, fisheries. So that's our situation ahead of these elections. We're, of course, going to fight for fairness and the environment. Those have been our policy priorities for many, many years. And we intertwine those two messages very closely. And our overarching goal is a message to the districts, well, to the provinces, that we want to turn the tide of centralization. We want to turn the tide of growing urbanizations. We want a green economy. We want to see the population spread throughout the country so that we can use our natural biological resources. And in Norway, of course, we have a lot of renewables. Using those, however, means that the population should be spread throughout the country. It has to be, geographically spread if we are to truly harness our renewable potential and also the potential for organic agriculture. And there was one more thing I wanted to mention, but it's slipping my mind. Bear with me. Yes, I may have a chance to talk about it again, but yeah, we've been working for a long time on sort of district policy, and what's interesting for us is that we're seeing support for this, because we often see that our parties are stronger in the cities, but in Norway we see that, of course, yes, we're very strong in the cities, it's where we're strongest, but if we look at it at the national level, then there are two geographic regions that are quite distinct. Oslo, we're very strong in Oslo, and we're very strong in northern Norway, actually even stronger than in Oslo. So socialist policies and politics really have an impact in northern Norway. And we won over 10% in my constituency during the last elections. And now we look set to take about 12-13% up north. So this has given us experience, with political work up north, which may, transfer well to other places. It may be an example that's useful for other countries. Thank you.
Then Espen, please, the word is yours. Thank you. I will also do it in Danish, so the interpreters will have to work. Okay. My name is Espen. I'm a regional secretary for the Enhetslisten, the unity list in the region middle of Jutland, in the middle of Jutland. One could say that Nils has already explained that we have an election coming up, a regional election coming up in the fall, and the left parties and our party, we are now started to prepare for this. This is going to be very, very interesting for us and also very decisive for us. We would like to have the same support in the country. I will come back to this as we have now. I will come back to this, but I will also try to take one step back, because this question is very, very important. The question is how the left parties could have more support outside of the big cities. There's a common problem, I think, for almost all the socialist parties in Europe and also in the United States. One could say that during the last decades, the left has now a different basis. We now have young people, academicians, professionals, people who work for the state. They who live in the large cities, they vote for us. The workers who do not live in big cities is at a very low level now. For some parties, it doesn't exist actually. And the right-hand parties, populist parties, have had success in mobilizing these people outside of the big cities. So I think that this is one of it is probably the largest problem for the left-hand side now. So thank you for the invitation to discuss this. And as a regional secretary, I have this problem. I see this problem every day in my region. We have the second largest city in Denmark. We have quite a lot of support there, and we have some parts of Western Jutland where people live very long from one another, and we don't have much support there. We have to solve some of the basic problems from the center, of course, also, because to give an overview of our party, the party was founded in 1989, and in the 1990s, we had 2-3% support from the voters only. Then we had in the period 2010 to 15, when we suddenly went from approximately, we had representatives only in 8-9 municipalities. Now we have in almost every municipality. Now we have 7-8% of the votes, approximately. And what during the elections last year in 2019, we did not have that big support, and especially we could see this in the countryside. In the larger city, yes, we had larger support, especially in Copenhagen. We had, but everywhere else in the country, we did not get that big support that we had before. So there is a basic problem here. 15% of our votes we got in Copenhagen, in the Copenhagen area. So we decided last year at our Congress that we are going to start a process where we will look at this problem in a more concentrated way. And I think that, well, there are 2 points I would like to mention here in this debate. The one is that, for me, it is not. I don't think it's a question of the countryside only here, or it's the country versus city here. I do not say that. There is not a culture now anymore in Denmark in the countryside, special culture in the countryside, no. But we can also, it is, of course, we have, as I said, support only the large cities, but also in the middle large cities, we do not have much support. And we have quite a lot of middle large cities in Denmark, not very small, not very big, and we don't have much support there as well. So it is not a problem with the countryside only, in my perspective. And this leads me to the second point. I think that one should look into this as a class problem. What social classes, social groups do we get support from, and where do we not have support? So one can say that the geographical problem is also a social problem for the left parties, a class problem. In Denmark, I would say that while the left parties cannot mobilize the workers, the right-hand side have been able to mobilize the workers. What they have used cultural conflicts. First we had the Danish Folkeparti, Dansk Folkeparti. Now we have the new party on the right-hand side called Nye Borgerlige. They have quite a lot of support from people who do not have an education or have a little education, for instance. And Niels has also mentioned this. The Social Democratic Party is very, very strong now. And that they are focusing on this. They are trying to win some of the workers back, the workers who live outside of the big cities, and they have been successful here. But I think that the left parties should also be doing something here and have a project here also. I think so, because the elections in November will show how this will go. So I would like to discuss this further with you, and I hope that there are some good experiences you also have in other countries here. Thank you.
Very good. Go ahead. Thank you. My name is Börje Lahti. I've been spokespersons for industrial energy policy. Particular, our party secretary was supposed to be here but couldn't come, so I've been called in on a slightly short notice, but I'll do my best. Now, I can, say that what's happening is that, of course, urbanization has accelerated everywhere. 60, 70 years ago, about half the population lived in smaller towns or even villages, but at present only about 15% of the Swedish population lives outside the big cities. And so, of course, it's easier to gain votes in big cities. And in 2018, we grew by 40% in terms of votes. But where we've really grown in the big cities. That's very clear when we analyze the elections. But of course, that doesn't mean that we can't be strong in provinces. I mean, in Hällefors and Varguma, there are cities where there are towns where we are strong, you know, where we have about 20% of the votes. So very clearly, we did perhaps leave a bit of a empty space, a vacuum for this xenophobic party that, you know, tries to propose simplistic solutions to the wrong problems, perhaps. And that doesn't mean that these older people in villages would have voted for us necessarily, but perhaps they would have voted for the Social Democrats. I mean, their issues are, you know, they can't get appointments for dental care. That's sort of very down to earth issues. So I think that we have our work cut out for us. We've established a working group which is being sent out to interview key people in agricultural towns and villages, and trying to gain their views, their opinions of us as a party as well. Now, when we look at how rural areas or scarcely populated areas and how often they're mentioned in debate in parliament, if we look at 15 years ago and today, I mean, it's increased manyfold. It's discussed much more. So, of course, it's certainly an issue. And what we're seeing is, you know, in big cities, yes, we have quite a few progressives who, you know, they take our policies to heart. But that doesn't mean that they don't exist in more rural areas. I mean, and you know, we can draw parallels with Norway. We have the same issues: biodiversity. We need to use sustainable energy, and how can we draw parallels to that? We're really very good at those issues, but we don't tell the whole story. I mean, because we talk about the environment all the time, and you may see a little town where everybody depends on a paper mill, and they feel threatened. You know, we're not saying that we want to protect biodiversity by closing your paper mill. That's not what we're saying, but maybe often we don't say that second bit enough. You know, yes, we want to protect biodiversity, but we can do this with having industry, and we can have more sustainable paper production, etc., etc. And that's very important. We cannot leave a vacuum for a particularly a racist party. We must not leave that space for them. But we've seen that Social Democrats have, you know, been abandoned by many voters who've flocked to this right with simplistic solutions, and maybe we should go out and try to go after those votes. So there's a lot of work there for us. And then it's been easier to gain votes in larger cities, because with the population growth in urban areas, 70%, you know, is done to migration. And we've found it easy to sort of gain votes among people who care about migration policies, asylum policies, etc. But that's a harder sell out in rural areas than in big cities. And then, of course, we have the tax system. Does it work? Do we have equally distributed welfare? No, not really. But what certainly we must look at is that we have to tell both stories, you know, both sides of all of our policies. We can't just try to always sell the big picture, particularly of the environmental policies. So we have to really work on spreading information. We've set up working groups to interview people and look at what are these questions that many people are asking themselves. You know, it's not helpful either, perhaps, that we just sort of swap votes with the Social Democrats. You one election, us the next election. That's not going to bring, you know, push all of Sweden in any particular direction. What we need is to make sure that we get, you know, take votes away from the Sweden Democrats, particularly in, you know, areas, rural areas that used to be left-wing strongholds. And what we've seen in some areas is also that Centrum Party has changed so much since the 70s. Their DNA has changed fundamentally. You know, I mean, they've always looked at how important local industry, but they seem to have completely forgotten about local industry. So how they can call themselves a sort of rural or provincial party, I don't know. But yeah, thank you. I think this is all very interesting, sharing experiences.
Thank you, Birgit. Everybody has told a bit about the situation in their countries, and maybe there are some thoughts now, some questions now. So I will now give you a possibility to ask some questions or have some thoughts about what the others have told. So please, those who want to say something. Antti, please.
Thank you. I would like to add for the Birger Lahti's speech about the environmental issues. We now have this program of just transition with the Finnish Left Alliance, and our idea is that we make a program which is like have really like two main points about the social justice and the climate crisis, and we have like points how to like speak to people in rural areas about cars, private cars. That's a really like big discussion in Finland, and especially the true Finns are now trying to get frame this discussion that the left parties from Helsinki are going to come to the rural cities in Lapland and take your cars. They are really like fear mongering about the climate policies, and we are trying to like turn discussion in a positive way, that we have like a biogas, and we have a lot of like new opportunities for these rural areas, and that we are not going to take away anybody's car, but we are like trying to get less cars and less private cars used in the cities where there's like really working bus lines and trams and stuff like this.
Where we have working bus lines and trams.
And at the same time, it's really hard to have a discussion in Finland about peat production and burning peat, which is like our own
burning peat. We are just like we are our own climate crime actually.
And especially when the Center Party is now like trying to be the defender of this
peat production,
and it's like it's really important question.
It's an important question, not really like for
big amount of people, but for 10,000 people, especially in the eastern part of Finland, and then Ostrobothnia
and also
region.
in the
Bothnia region. Now we are trying to have a discussion that we need to have some kind of answers for these people working with the peat production, and we need to have like a phase out time for the burning of peat, and we need to have support from the state for these people, because if you go there and talk to the peat producers and their families and say that this needs to stop, it's not the way to work. We need to have this needs to stop in some time, and we are here to give you support and to support for the thinking about what to do. Like after this work, this is not good for the climate and the environment. And this discussion, we have this like just transition program for this kind of discussion.
Torgeir. I would like to follow up on what Antti has started to talk about now, and we have heard this from other people as well, Espen also. I think that the climate might very quickly get some and some people in the districts that are against it, because they see this as an attack on the districts and on the countryside and on the life in the countryside. And it might be the car, for instance. For instance, questions about electric cars is very popular for those who live in the cities, and to think about the environment. For people who live very far from one another, where it is not possible to use your electrical cars, it is not good to hear about electrical cars. They don't want to do that. There is also a class dimension here, because to buy technology which is climate friendly, not everybody has the money to do that. So it is very important that when we work out strategies for a change, that we have a social dimension as well, so that the green shift should not make the differences larger. The green shift should make it possible for the difference to become smaller. That should be very important for the left side. And I also think that for the districts, it is very important that the districts is a part of the story when you talk about the green shift. They should not be on the sideline. They should not stand on the platform when the train is leaving, so that their future should be a future for the country. And I think that this story, this narrative, which is very basic, is something the left parties have not used that. We have had very overall principles, ideological principles and fights, but where place has not been with us. It is without place. The person who lives in the city, he can recognize this when we talk about fighting the market liberalism, etc. But those who live outside the towns, those who have seen with sorrow how things have been developed, we had, for instance, possibilities for the animals. We had possibilities to grow something. This is now gone. Many people see that. So for the left side, it is very important that when we now work out strategies for the future, and of course the green shift will be a very important area. It will be in the center. The districts have to be very central here. We are not to address the sorrows, the problems, the dreams, the hopes of the people in the district, as we is the way forward for them. Because if there is one thing, the right-hand side in Norway and also the Center Party, they have been very good here in this field. They have been very good in understanding the frustration and those other people there, and to use that in their story, in their narrative. We don't only have to have solutions, which practical solutions, political solutions. The narrative, the story is very important, because in this narrative you can say what you are for. It is not enough to have something in the program which is good for the districts. When we talk about quite other things which is not good for the districts, that's not good. So when we have worked out a strategy for the green shift, or Green New Deal as we call it the People's Green New Deal, a fair Green New Deal, the districts play an important, a very central role, because we think that when we are going, one thing is of course to go to Paris. The other is of course the transformation which we have to go through to have a renewable society. And then we are quite sure that the road goes through using the biological resources, so that we can in industrial production use other renewable ingredients, and not only the old non-renewables. So of course we have to have the bioresources, renewable bioresources. That's very important. And then suddenly the districts will be very, very central also here. I think that many think that it's easier to live in the town, ecologically speaking, and it's not that easy in the countryside. But I think that the road to an ecological society goes through the living far from one another, actually, which we have in Norway. We hope that we will be able to be the most progressive power here in order to turn the centralization around. So to do this as a part of the socialist narrative, to see the places, because we are very, very, very close to the place. We know about our home where we live. We know what is there. And what happens inside of you, your feelings when you think about this is very, very central. So the socialist and the left should also start to think about place. That place is something very important for people, and to meet that frustration which people now have. And I also think that we have a slogan in our Green New Deal. When we talk about the green shift, we should invite the oil industry and the workers in the oil industry, those who live in the countryside and those who don't have much money, we should invite them to Paris. We should have a program where all these groups who feel that their situation is difficult, especially when it comes to the climate and the fight for climate, that they should be interested, and that they should wake up in the night and think, we want to go together with SV to Paris. It is very important for us to support SV. So that the oil industry work, you can see that the future is also in the plan of SV for the green change. Those who don't make much money, they will earn more if they follow our plan, because we guarantee that the green shift will reduce the differences between us and also broaden the welfare. And so that the people living in the countryside, that it is very important for them to also to turn the centralization around and to get growth also on in the countryside. So we have now got to we are now not very far from the next election, so we are starting to pinpoint projects now. But if we talk overall, we have to have a much broader narrative, where we take also the place into consideration, and also think about the people in the countryside who are very angry now. This is going to be a battlefield for policies in all countries for many years to come, and this situation with the countryside. And if we have a political projects where we can address this, meet these people, that we will be before the other parties here, then I think that we will be able to play a key role here in the upcoming elections. Thank you.
Thank you. Nils? Yes, I think I'll start with a little ray of sunshine. At the municipal elections back in 2017, SF went from 0% to 32.7%. And we snatched the mayoral post in one of the rural areas. How did we do that? Well, first and foremost, we had excellent candidates. The candidate for mayor led a very thorough, clean campaign, but also a very visible campaign. And a very broad spectrum of voters trusted him. Now, we didn't go in and, campaign for a small target group. No, we went in there and we sold the broad policies that we wanted to sell. And we sold policies that people could really recognize themselves. They could see themselves in what we wanted to do. So this can happen not just in big cities, but across the country. And in many areas of Denmark, we do quite well in elections, local elections. So we don't have as much of an issue with being more successful in urban than in rural areas here in Denmark. It's not as pronounced an issue here. Perhaps our policies are a little more towards the center than the policies of the Red-Green Alliance in its listing. And perhaps also because we focus more on everyday challenges rather than class policies per se. And those everyday challenges are sometimes cross-cutting. They're not clearly defined by class lines here in Denmark. And in relation to COVID, well, and that has polarized society further. People who had faced many challenges in the past, before COVID, to face even more challenges now, and those who had, many social advantages and privileges have even more now than they did before. Now, at many levels, what we see is that Copenhagen and Aarhus have really been the hardest hit by COVID. They had a large service industry, tourism. That's where the biggest airports are located. That's where most of the hotels are located. Whereas in more rural areas, production levels have been maintained at a sort of a reasonable level, and so unemployment has not grown as explosively as in the big cities. And perhaps that's another reason why SF is quite strong in those areas, because there's also quite a lot of backing for that narrative, the narrative of we'll get through this with pooled policies, with solidarity, communal policies, shared policies. Particularly now in times of COVID, we've seen that's what we need to get through this crisis. So we've seen this left-wing narrative of strong communities really being reinforced by this crisis. And I think this is something we need to harness and build on. Thank you. Thank you. Birger, go ahead. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor. Now, Antti, this whole issue with cars, etc. We have the same issue here in Sweden. A lot of people in rural areas, the moderates, and here the Sweden Democrats wanted to lower tax on petrol and diesel cars, and I was also invited to some debates. And there was also a reaction in my party in the more industrial circles saying, taxes are too high, makes it harder for people in rural areas to manage. And, on a day-to-day basis, people need their cars because, of course, we don't have the same public transport services. But now, honestly, my counter to that was that even if the taxes were lowered, most people drive 1,500 miles or so, and so it's 3,500 kroners we're talking about. If we lower those taxes, it wasn't going to draw any people to rural areas, really, that kind of tax reduction. No, you need a narrative that, it can stand the candle, that doesn't just fall apart when you scrutinize the small details. We need narratives that are strong, saying, for example, okay, we'll be cautious, allow people to continue driving their older cars because that perhaps matters, but we need some political steering to get away from that. And also we need to make sure that, we remember that one size doesn't fit all. Some people have large fuel guzzling cars, but other people may be able to use biomass cars. And perhaps that's something we need to look at. And in terms of the class aspect, people in the provinces also often think, oh, now we're being punished with these green measures, these environmental measures. But what we have to get through to people is that we must push through this transition. And those of us who successfully transition will be better placed in sort of global competition. KBM is one of the biggest companies in Sweden, and they want to be fossil free, and they have to take many measures in order to manage that, and they are starting. So a lot of positive things are happening and they play into our hands, or they can if we play our cards right. You know, we have to say that we're here to make sure that everybody can get through this transition. And we also have to say, you know, it doesn't matter if whether you're a vegan or not, or whether you drive a car or not, you can still vote for us. That's not what matters. And that's what we need to get across. It shouldn't alienate people, and people shouldn't feel that they're being punished for living in rural areas. You know, I, for example, sometimes, you know, need 2 cars to get my daily life to function. You know, do I need it? Don't I need it? Yes, I do. Well, then that's just the way it is. I can do other things to contribute to the fight. And I always try to say, when we talk about the climate, environment issues, and we often see opinions being polarized, you know, when it talks about forestry, mining. I mean, we have to get across, we're not going to say yes to every mine, but we're not going to say no to every single one either. There has to be a balance. It's not credible either to have policies that are so inflexible that they're never going to work. We have to tell people, you know, yeah, we will probably say no to a certain number of mines, but some mines will get a yes. That doesn't mean that every village should have a mine just because we think mines are cool. And I think, you know, we have to take a step further. We have to look at the food industry. We have to look at, you know, how self-sufficient we are. I mean, we always mention Norway as and Brett, a good example of rural policies that work, and you're telling me that some of these old cultural landscapes are overgrown agricultural landscapes, so that's a bit disappointing. But you know, Antti asked about, you know, was very interesting, whether it was biomass or biofuel as such. Thank you, Espen. Yes, well, this is a very interesting and important discussion about green policies and the green transition. We're also working on the, you know, within the Red Green Alliance and focusing on a socially just transition. And we also have a climate plan where the key element is a just transition. But it doesn't seem like we're quite able to get that across 100%. Well, you know, we have a situation with the Social Democrats here in Denmark where they have very successfully focused on provincial districts outside of the big cities, and they've been so good at that they have, and I think it was a conscious choice, abandoned some of their votes in the big cities to SF and the Red Green Alliance, and they have focused on voters, working class voters outside of the big cities, and, you know, winning those votes away from the Danish People's Party. And that's what secured the victory for them. And they've also taken votes away from the right fringe party, you know, Danish People Party, which collapsed at the last election. It fell apart. So in Denmark, it's true that SF does better in bigger cities. There are historical reasons for that. SF was founded in 56, and we're very good at also mobilizing voters outside of big cities, whereas the Red Green Alliance has always been anchored in big cities. That's where it was created in the left-wing urban environment. But I think that the problem that we both face is this big group of skilled and unskilled trade workers, which we're not very good at reaching. And I think that if we are to, also truly get a green transition, we have to also get a hold of those voters, and we have to anchor that narrative of a socially just green transition. Because, in my opinion, the Social Democrats also antagonize the green transition a little bit amongst working class voters outside of big cities, because they really push this message that they want to protect jobs, and that is a little more important to them than the green transition. And SF and the Red Green Alliance have two different strategies on how to tackle that, but I think that our shared interest is, to come up with perhaps a good strategy to put a bit of pressure on the Social Democrats without losing those working class voters. And Birger talked about these working parties that you've set up to go out and interview key people in more rural districts. And I think that, I can, from my perspective on the left wing and our party in particular, perhaps what we can get better at is developing ways to gather information, gather data. We lack qualitative information. What do people think of us? We're often, sitting in our own offices trying to draw up campaigns aimed at people who generally perhaps agree with us. But I do think that having information, having that knowledge is very important. Also, if we are to truly succeed with the green transition, as Torkar mentioned, we need to include these some of these groups whose jobs are vulnerable, within this whole green transition, they may feel that this is the case, but for some of them it really is the case. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nils, please, the word is yours. Sorry, I did not take down my hand, but I would like to give the word to Torgeir, because I think that if we say that the Social Democratic Party in Norway has gone back, we have seen this, and the Center Party is much higher now, it's a much higher level now. SV is also going back when going up when the Social Democrats go down. Why is this that the Center Party has been good to find the voters? They've been good to address these differences between the countryside and the towns, but what kind of policy have they had so that they have been successful here in catching these voters? And then also very shortly about what was called the Toll Party in Norway, because it was a reaction to this change was not always, the green change was not always social enough, actually. And they had a special party which wanted to take away the tolls on the roads in Norway. So please. Torgeir, please. Yes. It's a very big question, actually. The Toll Party in Norway, 2 years ago, they got quite a lot of support in the local elections in several towns. And they took most from the Progress Party, which has been against this type of taxes and etc. At that time, the Progress Party was also a part of the government. They left just a year ago, just before the corona epidemic pandemics came up. They had the finance minister, etc. Now, this party against the tolls on the roads is gone completely from Norwegian policy. They have become a part of what is called other parties in the opinion polls. It's not even a special party there in the opinion polls. So they existed for a very short time only. But to the question about the Center Party, it's of course countryside and towns, and then they have also played a role. They have been a reaction party, so to speak, against the government. They have been able to play that role. If we look at the policy of the government, they have had quite a lot of reforms, and what has been the most important in all these reforms has had that they have been against many of the many more people living in the districts, in the countryside. So if you look at what part of the society which has been centralized most, you can see that it is the governmental centralization which is the most important now. This means that the work is now being moved from the districts to the large towns, and the central state is very important here. That they work with this and they want this. In the private sector, actually, we have had a small decentralization during these last 20 years. So it is quite clear that the centralization which is now going on in Norway is a politically created. It is not something natural. It's a result of policy. And this government has accelerated that. And this then has been a gift for the Center Party, actually. We see that their growth is, well, those who used to vote for the Social Democrats, they now have started to vote to a great deal for the Central Party, especially when it comes to the districts. But there are also some other things here we could use to explain why the Central Party is now very, very large. They also get some voters from the right-hand side, actually. And this has got to do with the fact that they have been an anti-party against taxes. They have a big problem because they have started to say that, do they want, in fact, to reach the climatic goals anymore? They started to talk about that. This is a big discussion within that party. Do we want the climatic goals to be achieved, actually? They say that now within the party. And they say that the road to reaching the climatic goals will also be negative for the districts, and the inequality will be larger. And our answer to this is that, well, it is good that they say that the fight for the climate could have social negative effects, but we have a plan for this. The Center Party, when they have now understood this, they should also start to work out a plan, not use our plan, but work out a plan to reduce the inequalities. The districts will be much stronger. And at the same time, we will also, of course, work in accordance with the Paris Agreement. When it comes to our party and the Social Democrats, it's been a bit irritating to see that the Labour Party has gone down so much, and we have got a bit up, but not much. But if we look at the numbers here, you can see that approximately 3 out of 10 of these voters from the Social Democrats have come to us. And many of them are just sitting in the sofa. They have not made that decision yet, what to vote for. So there are many voters now who are fluctuating, who then do not know exactly where they should be. And many of these, they would like to vote for our party. So in the elections, of course, we do not exactly know what the result will be. It might be this or that. And then we also have a Green Party in Norway, and also something called the Red Party. Both of them are now members of the parliament. They have approximately 3-4% each in the opinion polls. And they've also taken some voters from us. So the competition on the left side is now very hard, very tough. It's going to be very interesting. What I thought what I would like to talk about also was something both Birgir and Espen and also Antti mentioned, which has got to do with. Oh, I forgot it again. I'll have to get back to that later. I forgot what I wanted to say, so I'll get back to that when my memory comes up, so to speak. Then we have Birgir, please. Thank you. Yes. This working group called the Team Countryside. The thought is that we should try to find answers to what makes the typical some small towns in the countryside where both we and the Social Democrats have lost. We would like to understand, why have the people there changed parties? Why do they not vote for us anymore? And what are the tendencies today here? And we have chosen some towns in the northern part of Sweden, for instance, typical towns where there is just one big company. And they are, of course, dependent on natural resources, also many of these towns, in order to continue to exist. We will have to see. We have not started to do these interviews, but it's going to be interesting to see, at least in order to get some answers to these questions, which are very, very important for us, which we have a good policy. But sometimes we've not been able to go out and tell people what our policy is. And we have talked about the Paris and the climatic goals, etc. But some people get cold feet. What will this mean for work for this town where they have sawmills or paper companies? We have not told the story what this will mean for these towns. Actually, they don't have to close down. To Torgeir, decentralization, political centralization, it's the same in Sweden. The liberal, the market should take care of this. This has, of course, been very negative for the countryside. For instance, the pharmacies, there are no clients for pharmacies in the countryside. So this market model has meant, even we say in our party that this model does not actually work. We lose people, the schools, etc., and also the healthcare system. We do not see very bad examples in the countryside, but we do not get the same service. In certain places, the markets do not work for the countryside as a political incitament for the countryside. So we have to get answers to these questions. We have, how can we reach this? How can we reach the Paris Agreement, the goals of the Paris Agreement, and still keep the industries? Because that is what we want to do. We want to have industry. When the world would like to have products which are good and which do not emit anything, actually. We have to be good here in order to do that. Thank you very much. Torgeir. Yes. Birgir, now I remember what I wanted to say. Yes. There are many, especially on the right-hand side in Norway and also in the Center Party, they want to make the fight for the climate to something which is bad for the equality, bad for the countryside. The climate and the fight for the climate leads to the fact that we have to have less equality in the country, that the countryside is now closing down. And this is very important for us to put things straight here. Because, for instance, first of all, we must have a plan. And this plan, if we will be in government, we will of course support the countryside and strengthen the countryside, and we will also put the tail on the right pig, because it's the market liberalism which makes the inequality larger, and also for closing down the countryside. In Norway, we have the market thinking, which has led to the fact that agriculture are closing down, farms are closing down. It's not possible to have small farms anymore. It's the market logic that means that. It means that, for instance, the fishery resources, they are now gathered on few hands. We have larger and larger ships, meaning that small towns along the coast, they are also not weakened. And the market logic also means that the welfare in the districts is now closing down, because in a market model, you have to have large markets. There you can have competition with private companies, etc. So we must insist that what is the most important thing here is the market logic. That is which would, if we lose that, if we see that the fight for climate will be the new enemy, then I think we have lost all of us. Then I think it's over and out also for the fight for the climate. When the social movements turn against the climate, the fight for the climate, we get red against green, then we are in a very bad situation as a society and as also as a party. So we have, this is a very strategic, important fight. Then we also have some organizational methods here as well. We have seen who are working for our party out in the countryside. We see that those people who work for us in the countryside, they also vote for us. So we should have to have, of course, other people working for us in the party, also ethnically and culturally, but that is one thing, but also people with different professions. So in my county in the north of Norway, we have 2 fishermen, 1 farmer, and 2 industrial workers. And then we have some teachers and some nurses as well. And then to get more people to work in the party, this will also make it possible for us to talk with other people in the future. And also the policy will also change then. And also it will also influence on how the party will be understood. So to have a more broad party, a people's party. The road to that is also to change the party as such, the composition of the party as such. I know that many of you are working with this also, but I think that to have to start with oneself is very important for what we will become.
Antti, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
As a geographer, I'm really happy to hear that we are speaking about spatial justice, and I think that's one of the main things that for the left parties, and that has to be one of our main issues in the left parties. And we have seen in Finland that we are now in the phase of retreating welfare state, that the welfare state was built by the left, the social democrats and the center party in the 70s in Finland. And now we have seen that the welfare state is retreating, especially from these rural areas and the smaller cities. And these people are afraid. And I think, I don't remember who said it first, but the narrative is really important.
And I don't remember who said this
How can we make these people understand in these rural areas and smaller cities that they and their living places are important? They have this feeling that they are not heard in Helsinki and in the bigger cities, and their self-worth is like they don't feel their self-worth, and especially the right-wing populists are harnessing this feeling of fear of losing what they have, and the right-wing as a whole is having this discourse of the last fits of the lights, that the people are moving away from these areas, and they are the ones that are left there, and then they just switch off the light when they leave.
In droves, and whoever leaves.
This narrative is really important. We have this BIOS research center in Finland, and they have this idea of ecological reconstruction. They said that we need
a research center in Finland with this idea of ecological reconstruction
to the societies in the Europe after the Second World War, and they are talking about this grand narrative, that we need this narrative.
We're talking about this grand narrative, that we need this narrative.
This idea of brighter future, especially now when we have this climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis, and then we have the COVID crisis at the same time. We need this some kind of a future to wait for.
We need a future that we can wait for.
And this hegemony and the idea of defending the rural areas is only a brand that the Finnish Centre Party has in many cases. Because I have seen in the municipal elections that the Centre parties about defending welfare state in the rural areas, and then in the municipal council they are cutting the same things that they said that they are defending.
But in the municipal councils they cut the same teams that they say that they're defending.
It's going to be really interesting in these municipal elections, because
very interesting
the
with
Left
these
Alliance
municipal
used
elections.
to be the second biggest party in the Lapland, in Kainuu
because
region, and
we used to have the second biggest party in the Lapland and northern Ostrobotnia,
working with the center
those
party,
regions, and we've been working with the center party. And if the center party collapses,
the true Finns coming there, and
and
they
then
are
we have
not
the
interested in the
through there, and they're not
everyday
interested
life of these people.
in the
They are
everyday
talking
life
about
of these
EU in the
people.
municipal
They
elections. They're
talk
talking
about the EU in the
taking
municipal
down the
elections.
government,
They talk about taking down government,
communist newspapers and stuff like this. It's going to be really hard for the municipal
down some newspapers.
politics to work when you have people
and it's going to be very hard
who
for
are not interested in what
to function when you have people elected who are not interested in
the issues that we need to be talking in the municipal councils and municipal
discussed
elections.
by municipal councils,
and I think
that need to be the issues of municipal elections.
It's really like, if the Kainuu region is really interesting, because
the Kainuu region is very
the biggest city is Kajaani, which has 25,000
which has
people living there, but it's really a stronghold of Left Alliance. They have been working there, building the organization for 10 or 5 years, and now they're having now it's seems that they have a lot of candidates for the municipal elections. They have funding for the municipal elections. They have been building this really strong organization in there, and I would really like be interested in hearing up from the Norwegian people and from the Sweden about like this organizational level issues in the northern parts of your countries.
At the organizational level,
in Kainuu we are strong in organizational sense, but then in Lapland we are struggling to have people to give out the leaflets to run for the municipal council. So our organization is lacking in Lapland
for the municipal elections. So we lack that in Lapland. Thank you. It's a very interesting discussion, but very sadly, we are almost out of time. We have 10 or 15 minutes left. We have to conclude at 3. But I wanted to give everyone the chance to conclude briefly, but let me stress briefly, because we have to conclude at 3. So I'm going to do the opposite that I did in the beginning. I'm going to start with Lidegaard. Thank you. Thank you, Lynn, for great moderating and bringing us all together. You know, I agree with what Antti said last. You know, people often feel in rural areas, this is going to hit me hard, but perhaps we need to put across to them that they are the solution. They hold the key to this transition. And Torgeir mentioned that we have to put to them that it's not the market that's going to save rural areas, but we also have to dare say that when we push to transitions through the Paris Agreement and climate agreements, it's going to affect them, but we have to make sure that our industries survive. I mean, in order for them to survive, they have to transition, and many of them are doing it. They're very good at it. I've been impressed in Sweden with the forestry industry. It's almost fossil free, for example, so that feels great. But thank you, everyone. It's been very interesting to be part of this debate. Thank you. Thank you, Espen. Yes, well, I also want to thank everyone for the debate. It's been very, very interesting. And as I said at the beginning, I think that this perhaps is the most important issue for the left wing, not just in the Nordic countries, but in Europe. We're all faced with the same problem to, a greater or lesser extent. I agree with what's been said. You know, it's not just about catching working class voters outside of the big cities. It's about mobilizing them and telling them, or mobilizing them so that they can lead the way in this green transition. We need to tell them that it's about them, this green transition, that they can act, they can take actions. And I think the left-wing, and we know that the left-wing parties are the ones protecting their interests in this transition. That's what we need to get across. Yeah, I think I'll take that away from this debate. Thank you. Thank you. Torgeir. Yes, thank you all for a great debate. And thank you, Lynn, for leading this. Now, I'm left with a feeling that we should do this more often, get together like this. Yes, I think this will be a very important issue. We always have to sort of look at our times, and our times now being shaped by the climate fight, and who's going to be part of it, who's not going to be part of it. So it's a very important question, and I think that the development that has shaped district elections, and if we look at Britain and Brexit, what you can call districts, provinces, old industrial towns abandoned by government, for the people who feel that they've been forgotten, they formed the basis for Brexit, which, is understandable. Sadly, the left didn't manage to push its messages far enough in that fight. And we see the same thing in Trump. He had this narrative that fit with this notion that parts of the country had been abandoned. So I think for the left throughout the world, we need to build narratives that reach everyone. There's nothing to be afraid of. I mean, we have the politics, we have the ideological basis. We just haven't been good enough at, transforming our narrative. So I think these are very important issues for the future. Thank you. Nils. Thank you. Thank you for this debate. It's been very interesting. I also feel that I perhaps am the only one who's mentioned COVID in this debate. And I think, like everyone else here, I'm sick and tired of that discussion and focusing on that. But I do also think that that's what voters are interested. That's what's on the agenda right now. And we have to include that. If we can't draw up a narrative that interests voters, that's not at their, they don't feel that we're talking to them at their level, then they're not going to listen. And I think, of course, the environment is very important. Climate change is very important, but I don't think it tops the agenda for voters right now. And I'm sure, we could use all these EU resources that we have for the green transition in rural areas. But right now, it's all about COVID, even though it's very annoying, And I would also like to say that sometimes it feels like, if you have good policies, you have a stronger organization, but sometimes you have to go the other way around. You have to focus on building a strong organization, because then you have strong candidates, then you have a platform, and then you can draw up strong policies. Sometimes we focus perhaps too much on our policies and politics rather than organization. I think maybe that's something we need to take away with us. So thank you all for this important debate. Antti, go ahead.
Thank you, Lynn, for moderation, and thank you for the discussion.
Thank you, Lynn, for moderating, and thank you for this discussion. It's been really interesting.
I was that especially in Finland, when we are now going to the municipal elections, and the municipal elections are on the 18th of April, we need to talk about COVID and COVID crisis, and especially how we restructure our welfare state after this COVID crisis. And this is really important for the municipal elections. And about the organizational level, I'm thinking about that's really important for this like discussion about rural areas and smaller cities, because for Left Alliance, to be fair, it's really hard in the organizational level to work in these smaller cities because the people there are activists are getting older. So it's like a spiral where they get older and older and older, and it's harder and harder and harder to get new activists. So we need to have like a discussion and some solutions for things like this. As Neil said, the good policies don't transfer there if there's nobody there to say them out loud. But yeah, thanks for the discussion.
And thank you for the discussion. Yes, thank you all. I think it's been very interesting. And I feel like, we should do this more often. We can learn from each other. And with digital means, it becomes easier. So I really hope that we can do this more often in future. And for those of you who would like to spend a little more time online with our debates, we have another seminar on at 4 o'clock, which will look at how we can make local political gains. And that will also be very interesting. So I hope to see you again then. And now all that's left for me for now is to say thank you, and I hope to see you again soon. Thank you, everyone. Bye. That's at the heart of our policy. Of course, we have to be very responsible in our policies and politics, so we don't want to promise any expensive measures that we couldn't deliver on, and that was very important to us, because I think that a lot of people in my municipality and region, they were tired of political infighting, and so I never attacked any of my opponents. I was just out there saying what we wanted to do if we managed to get into power, which we did. So we didn't attack anyone, and we spent no money on advertising. What we did, we spent time talking to people, traveling around. We took part in all debates. We tried to write, discussion papers for the newspapers, articles. We did spend some money on transport so that we could get around in the local area. So we visited a lot of the agricultural sector, for example, which of course is not unnatural for us at all, but it's maybe not what we usually do, go out to visit industries and agriculture. And in Norway, we have the Centre Party that's very focused on that. So sometimes it feels like the left doesn't want to dare tackling it, but we should. Now, in our regional parliament, we went from 1 to 3 members. And at municipal level, we went from 2 to 7 councillors. And we also had a very long list of candidates, a varied list. People who were clever and who were in touch with others, have a good network, because nobody's going to vote for somebody they don't know. And that's very important, to be in the newspapers, for example. And we've always prioritized media coverage and perhaps having a beer after the interview with the journalist, if possible. We just tried to get as much visibility as possible. And as I said, we didn't have any advertising. So here in Roma, we've never had a woman chair before. And we kind of used that. I took a picture of the walls, with all the former chairs in our parliament building. And then I took a picture of myself and I said, isn't it about time that we have a woman in this position? And that, went a little viral. It had an impact. So I think we can do that without attacking anyone, without lowering the tone. It's not, in telling people we're not out to create a revolution. No, but change, gradual change, necessary change. And we've had people on our list who have been, active within the trade unionism. We've bus drivers, doctors. So we have a very broad spectrum of candidates and people. I said we've had a lot of contact with others in the big networks. So, people are aware of the situation, but what matters is that we also put across our perception of reality, and so our solutions will make sense. We'll live in the same reality, but we don't perceive it in the same way. And what matters, of course, is that we have a strong community for everyone, with everyone. Now, we have a broad representation here, and we see here in Norway, at least, that some parties are trying to create division. City versus the provinces, certain social groups versus other social groups. And so we are really trying to focus on the fact that we don't want that kind of politics. We want policies that protect both the cities and the rural areas. And perhaps we want to hike diesel prices in urban areas where you have good public transport, but maybe not do that in rural areas where you don't have that choice. And that's a central policy that works very well locally. And for us as a party, you know, that's a very good election line. It draws in votes. And so, you know, in addition to having that broad list, trying to get in touch with people, you just have to dare to take up also space, you know. And what I said, you know, I am here because I want to represent everyone. And I have to demonstrate that also when fighting to get elected. I have to try to represent everyone in the electoral campaign too. And so I'm not going to attack other people. I have to think of a different strategy. That was sort of what I thought. You know, I think it is important that we do that broadly and that we talk to people, even though some people think, okay, we maybe have to do more party political rhetoric, but it's not all about that. It's about people in contact. And I think that's part of our success. Thank you. Thank you. That sounded very exciting. Now on to our next speaker, Louise.
I've been in the council in the Gjøvik Kommune for the last few years, and we are in a very our municipality is very right hand. It's very difficult to be a socialist in the countryside in Denmark. I've been together with one from SF. We are 2 socialists now, out of 31 people in the municipality or in the county. But I'm the first one from our list for our party in the municipality of Gjøvik, the county council. And the first is why are we now a member? It's because the policy on the overall country level, but what we work quite a lot with in Gjøvik is that make things more local. When we look at the large cities in Denmark, we talk about identity policies. That is something which is very important. But in Gjøvik, that is not important at all. In Gjøvik, we have concrete policies. Quite a lot of the people there, they have been very afraid to get somebody like me in the council, because they think that the socialists will destroy everything, the agriculture, the possibilities to have a business, etc. And that has been important, that we are interested in the industry, in the business life, and not think that everything should be on their premises, but that we have something very practical, down to earth, which is important both for the agriculture and for the business. There's quite a lot of that in socialism as well, down to earth. We have a small but very active party here. That's been also very important. We try also to be more national in Denmark. I know that if you are Norwegian from Norway or Sweden, Denmark is a very small country, very small country. You talk about long distances. For us, long distance in Denmark is the neighbor in Sweden and Norway. But I, for instance, am also part of the leadership of the party as such on the country level. We have also a member who is also a member of the parliament now. So we are very small, but we are very active. And we have something to say, actually. We think that nationally also, at the national level also. What we also work quite a lot with is questions like Facebook. Yvonne also mentioned that, because we want to show that we are there and what we do. We try very concretely to see if we can look at the small societies, the villages, so that the people do not leave the villages, that they want to stay there. We try to support the alternatives for transport, also collective transport, which can be used also in the countryside. We have also in our party a special committee for the countryside, and that committee is very active, and they work out some suggestions on how to do things which is important for those who live in the countryside and not in the large cities. So that is something I think is very, very important, because if not, it is, well, it will mean that socialists have to live in the big cities, and I don't want that. That's what I wanted to say at the beginning. Thank you. Annie, please, the word is yours.
All right. God kväll. Jag heter Annie och jag är från Utsjoki. And that's about far as my Skandinaviska goes, unfortunately.
That's about the extent of my...
although Duolingo has taught me Edderkoppen, spiser, mauren, and other useful phrases. Before I go any further, I would like to wish you all a very happy belated National Day of the Sami, which was yesterday. And then to today's agenda. As I mentioned, I come from a small municipality called Utsjoki in northern Sami and Utsjoki in Finnish. We are located on the top of Finland, and we have only one neighboring municipality on the Finnish side, but three neighboring municipalities on the Norwegian side. We have a population of about 1,215 about people, but over 11,000 reindeer, to give you the perspective. Our municipal council has 15 members, and the Centre Party is the dominant one, surprisingly. And there's been a lot of this kind of like, this people have been saying, like, in my family, we've always voted Central Party. So it's something that they have learned from a very young age, that's kind of the thing you do. Other parties we have here is the National Coalition, Social Democrats, and then of course the Left Alliance, Truthist, Svenska Folkets Party, and Christian Democrats. And we have, the Left Alliance has a long tradition with an alliance with the Social Democrats. And that's been very fruitful for the both of us. We've had, for as far as I can remember, we've had one or two members in the council, and they've been widely respected and trusted, not only like in our own group, but also in other parties. So, for example, at the time when we got only one member from the Left Alliance and no one from the Social Democrats, we still got the chair of the council. So that's kind of fun. It's a funny thing. In the last election, we doubled our seats, so that both parties got 2 members, and that made us actually the second largest group with our alliance. I think the main reasons how that made it possible was that at that time the national government we had in Finland was very unpopular, and it had made many decisions that were very unfavorable to our area. So we were able to take advantage of that. of course, I think what's really important here, because we are so few of us here that we literally know each other's, shoe sizes and favorite foods and favorite colors and everything. So you really have to be careful that you don't kind of over campaign. You're not like being kind of like too political or too kind of like, so that people don't think that you are pretending to be above them, but you have to maintain on the same level with people. So you have to know your audience, and you have to know what you want. That's something that we've done in the past also, that we've always, I think we've been pretty much the only party that has had a clear plan of what we want to do and what kind of, what we need to do and how we are going to do it, while others have been like dealing the seats and who's going to get what position and so on. So we've had a clear plan. And something that we've really focused on in this season is that we also use social media, and we try to communicate what's happening in the municipal council. We didn't have any live streamings from our meetings before this season. So what we did at the beginning was that we live updated to Facebook, like what's going on and who's doing what and so on. So yeah, I think that's to the beginning. Like, well, of course, you have to. Some things that are really important here also is that you are able to collaborate. You collaborate with basically everyone, and also that you have good relations to national politicians, because there's a lot of decisions that are made on the national level that have huge impact on us. So if you can convince people that you are able to kind of affect, or at least to communicate our needs and our views at the national level, it's always a good thing. But yeah, I think that's for the start, and I'm looking forward to our discussions later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Then
I'll now give the floor to Mikkel.
Ja, tak for invitationen, og godt det kan lade sig gøre på disse digitale medier. Det er godt at se jer. Jeg hedder som sagt Mikkel Dragmose Hansen, og jeg er fra SF, Socialistisk Folkeparti i Danmark. Bare lige for at skitsere, hvordan det danske demokrati ser ud, så har vi jo et folketing, som laver lovgivning. Vi har regioner, som har rigtig meget med sundhed at gøre, og så har vi 98 kommuner, som er det lokale led. Jeg sidder i Middelfart Kommune som en af de 98. Vi er sådan en mellemstørrelse kommune med cirka 38.000 indbyggere, og vores navn lyder rigtig sjovt på engelsk, Middelfart, så det kan turisterne altid huske. Men vi er i hvert fald glade og stolte over, at vi ligger lige midt i Danmark, tæt ved Lillebælt, omgivet af en masse vand. Og vi har siddet i Middelfart byråd igennem de sidste cirka 35 år nu, og vi er ret stolte af at sidde der, fordi vi har et socialdemokratisk styre, som har cirka 50% af stemmerne ved hvert eneste lokale valg. Så vi prøver virkelig at få sat gang i nogle ting og sager, som jeg også glæder mig til at dele med jer om lidt. Derudover så sidder jeg som formand for alle vores lokalpolitisk valgte i SF og også regionalvalgte, så det er små 140 personer, hvor vi også koordinerer og samler en hel masse viden, og det tror jeg egentlig også gavner på kryds og tværs, at man udstikker et stand op en gang på gang. Vi fik ved sidste valg 6% af stemmerne her i Middelfart, og det var en lille fremgang. Vi var det eneste andet parti, der gik frem ud over Socialdemokraterne, og det tror vi på, at det lå til grund for, at vi førte kampagner, der kan mærkes ude hos lokalbefolkningen. Det vil sige, at vi faktisk også prøver at kommunikere rigtig mange af de sejre, vi havde haft på forhånd igennem de 4 år, er der jo gået forud. Vi tror rigtig meget på, at det ikke kun er igennem 3 ugers valgkamp, at man vinder et valg, men hele perioden midt imellem valgene. Især klima optager rigtig meget, og det har vi også gjort opmærksom på her i Middelfart. Oversvømmelser og stigende vand, det er noget, der også betyder noget i en kommune, der ligger omgivet af rigtig meget vand. Vi har også kigget rigtig meget på sådan noget som boligpolitik, der måske forsvinder lidt rundt omkring mange andre steder. At vi har varieret udbud af boliger, det vil sige til alle almennyttige boliger, små kollegieboliger, ordentlige boliger til at betale. Og det har vi i hvert fald i vores egen optik vundet noget på, fordi det var noget, der var efterspurgt rigtig mange steder fra. Vi prøver altid, når vi fører valgkamp, at være ude blandt folk og prøve at bruge de sociale medier rigtig meget. Især Facebook, men også sådan noget som Snapchat til at kommunikere direkte med de unge. Og vi prøver sådan set også Instagram nu her for at give lidt mere billede af, at der også ligger mennesker bag politikere. Vi tror ikke altid, det er lige de politiske budskaber, der behøver at blive sendt ud på Instagram, men så kan man da se, hvad det er for kandidater, der ligger bag budskaber. Vi har også haft rigtig meget med arbejdsløshed og beskæftigelsesområdet at gøre. Jeg sidder som formand for det, og det er partiets første formandspost her lokalt indenfra. Og der har vi gjort rigtig meget ud af at få banket arbejdsløshed ned ved at investere, ved at have en tæt dialog med virksomhederne, og ved at sikre, at de skal have nogle sociale klausuler, så de også tager ansvar, især når der bliver lavet opgaver for kommunen af. Lige nu ligger arbejdsløsheden på 4%, og det selvom der er corona og alle de her ting. Tidligere lå på 2,7, så vi har lidt arbejde på under corona, forhåbentlig går det væk igen. Vi prøver også hver gang, når vi har opstilling af kandidater, og kigge meget på, hvad er det for et kandidatfelt, vi gerne vil have, altså så folk kan spejle sig i det. Både så der er mænd, kvinder, så der er unge, ældre, så der er etnisk forskellighed, både danskere og anden etnisk herkomst, som ligesom har et bredt kandidatfelt. Og det er ikke altid det lykkes, men vi gør det for vores ypperste, for det lader sig gøre. Og vi oplever også, at tit så, hvis folk ikke opstiller, så er det en primært fordi de bliver spurgt. Så vi gør faktisk rigtig meget ud af sådan noget som kaffemøder, dialog med forskellige folk for at høre, hvad deres grundholdning er. Og kan vi mærke, der er et rigtig godt match i forhold til værdierne i SF,
they are, if they share our values, of course, we say to them that they can also make a difference.
Og netop det der med at gøre en forskel, det mærker vi rigtig mange interesseret i. Om det er, at man kan se, der er kommet el-ladestand op til elbiler, eller om man kan se, der er kommet ekstra pædagoger i den lokale børnehave, så er det igen det der med at kommunikere, at det er nogle sejre, det er noget, der mærkes i hverdagen, og det er også noget, at vi gerne vil få mere af, hvis vi får flere stemmer. Og det er jo selvfølgelig indflydelse, at der kommer ved, at man har flere mandater og flere stemmer. Så det er nogle udgangspunkter, og det prøver vi også at tale med videre. Jeg sidder der som ene repræsentant lige nu. Vi kunne også godt mærke i SF, dengang, da vi havde Ville Søvndal-bølgen, som det hed tilbage for 10 år siden. Partiformanden var virkelig braget igennem. Der fik vi 3 valgt ind, så vi ved også godt, at det nationale har noget at skulle sige. Så vi prøver selvfølgelig også at tænke det nationale ind i både vores kampagne og ind i, hvor det meget det kan påvirke. Og lige nu der er det så noget i Danmark, der fylder en hel del omkring minimumsnormeringer, og det bygger vi selvfølgelig også meget på. Og minimumsnormeringer er antal pædagoger per barn i daginstitutioner.
That is a question which is now being raised in Denmark.
Ellers tænker jeg, at vi kan få en god dialog, og så vil jeg nok overlade ord til den næste med de her pointer og sådan lidt forskellige ting. Men det er rigtig godt at se her.
So, it's nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Then I will give the word to Lennart. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It is nice that we have a seminar here
have a bit more of an equal seminar than the last seminar. Past one, where, because the earlier one, all members were men, really, on the panel.
I live in Malo, municipality Malo, which is in the southern Lapland, quite far
southern Lapland.
It's called
quite high up in Sweden.
And
next to Västerbotten,
the municipality is quite small.
The municipality that's quite small,
when it comes to area,
both in terms of area and population,
living there,
which is about 3,000.
Municipality in the north,
and in Norrland, we usually have
communities,
enormous municipalities, very small ones.
Is very small, and it's a round
central
municipality.
Town.
You have
is in the middle of a round municipality, so you can only, get about 40 minutes out of town before you're at the municipal boundary.
I'm a grey man, as you can
see. I'm
a
grey old man, as you can see. And in addition to being a teacher,
I have worked quite a lot in politics.
Quite a long political past. I was active in the 80s in this municipality, in the Vänsterpartiet, left party, and about 10 years ago, I was also the chair of our district, our region, and I was a member of parliament for about 8 years. And I really enjoy hearing from my Nordic colleagues because I've been in the Nordic Council. I was in the Nordic Council for a few years. And I've worked with industry, primary industry. I've lived in Umeå as well, a bigger town, and and then I decided I was going to go and retire, move back here, and just feed the cat. But then I had this idea that maybe I should run for local elections back in 2018, and my roots have always been here. It's a small municipality, and somebody said earlier that you really know everybody inside and out almost. But we had a great campaign. I think we had no posters, no traditional sort of meetings on the town square. Our aim was simply to meet as many people as possible and talk to them and let them talk to us. And that led to us becoming the biggest party, and that's unusual. We were in a situation where, we're ready to take over, and some of us didn't have that much experience, but we, got started. We've been in government for 3 years now. And somebody mentioned already, it's all about cooperation, coming up with solutions, finding ways to focus on the future, I mean, fundamentally, we know that we're on the left wing. We know what we stand for. People have mentioned trust. You know who we are, and you know that you can call us on, on the day that you need something. And I think that's important. Now, I often use the concept, that you sometimes preach to the converted. And when the missioners came to Västerbotten, they certainly weren't always converted themselves. Now, sometimes I feel that in the left party, we preach to each other. We don't, always go out and face the hard questions. And I think we need to be more ambitious there and not just preach to the converted. Now, after we took over, we've always talked about transparency and sharing. So before COVID, we had one evening per month. My wife would bake, and sometimes I would help. We would have a fika. I'm sure you know this, fika. And then we'd go down to the library, and simply we had the municipal council down at the library taking questions, answering questions. And sometimes we were, under attack, but sometimes it was quite nice. And since COVID, we've transformed that into a Skype session, a monthly Skype session. And now, of course, people can send questions in advance. They can text them in. And then we sit there for about an hour and we tell people about what's going on in the municipality. We answer questions. And that's been an excellent way to communicate, not just with our members, but primarily with those who are not our members, people on the ground. And I think that in this size of municipality, a small municipality, being close to people is very important. And it's something that we should harness. And I usually say, the people you don't know in this municipality are the people you're related to. That's just the way it is. And that's my take on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You have heard about different things now, and now the word is free. So you can just react to what you have heard. You can just raise your hand on the screen, or you can write in the chat if you want to say something about what you just heard. Yvonne, please. It was very interesting to hear what the other countries had to say, and I could recognize quite a lot of it, even though we work in very different places and with also different possibilities, so to speak. What I heard was that both Annie and Mikkel talked about, first of all, you have to be a human being and then a politician. This is something I heard also from Lennart, I think. So that is the most important, to be a person and to understand other people and to show that you are there for everybody. It's very universal, and other politicians who have done well in Norway, they have been very interested in these things, not only party politics, but to be a human being first and foremost. And it's very interesting to hear about to be radical or to not be radical, because you have to adjust. And sometimes I think about the party in Norway called the Green Party. They are very radical when it comes to climate policy and environmental policy. And maybe they that will be a good thing for them in the long run. But we have already worked since the 1970s with the environment. And my party is only the one. It's the only party who combines the green and the red, and that has to be connected. It's interesting to be radical, not radical. That is also very interesting. What do you think about that? Lennart, I couldn't find the button, but I will go on. Yes. I'll get back to this. We know one another in these small villages or towns here. And the classical rhetorics we have in political debates, we don't have to have this, because it is not something people understand where I live. People know that these are my values, basic values. This is not a secret. I stand for this, but I have to find a pragmatic way to work on the local level also, and to listen to people and also to explain things to people. But on the other hand, you should also, of course, keep your ideals and not put them away. But it might be difficult to deal with this in places where I live. But this gives us a chance for us to be people, to be normal people. Thank you. Yes, Louise, thank you. Yes, it's very interesting to hear. I can hear that there is a very big difference between our different areas where we work and where we live. I think that where I live, it looks quite a lot like Middelfart, the other one you heard about from Denmark, but it's not very big. Well, okay, area when it comes to the area. We have found out that the fact that it's a small municipality, it makes that people would vote for parties they would never vote for on the country level, because they vote for people they know and people they can identify with. And that is why we try to be very, very clear to show what we do, what we want to do. We try to show that very, very clearly. This means that we in our party, or I'm the only one from our party in our community council, I am very often in a situation where I have 30 people against me, but it doesn't really matter, because you are there, you have your voice, and we can we try to tell that there is another way of doing things than what the majority says. And I think that is also very, very important. That is also something we win on, so to speak. I hope at least that we will win people over to us when we do this. Well, I don't think that there are other people who want to say something right now. then I will just ask a question. Something we want all of us when we work as politicians is that we will grow and our party should be bigger. Have you seen any challenges here during on the way here? Could you give us some tips here about what we should do in order to achieve this and not stop? Maybe Lennart, yes, I have a commentary. One should be ready to take power. One must be ready to take power. If you take part in the election, you want, of course, in a democratic system, to maximize your influence to get power. This might be quite difficult for the left party, because we are characterized by people who want to stop everything and to crush everything and to say just no. So it is important to have to be ready to take power, and also, of course, you will be criticized when you have power, and of course your conscience must also say that it is not always correct to do this, but you should be ready, which was difficult for us when we wanted to have one third of the votes. We do not have enough people when we get that many votes. We must be ready also to cope with success in an election. Go from 10, 13, 12, 13, 12% to 33%. This might be difficult also. One should be ready to win. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you. Yvonne, please. Yes. It's a bit of the same, but in another way. When I became mayor, I'm very interested in questions concerning environment, and we wanted to build a special cable car up the mountain here, but I was very critical to that. But the first thing that happened in the council was that I lost this case. Even though SV is a large party, I lost this case, which was very important for me personally. But of course, we have democracy. When you get power, when you are mayor, you have to work with the will of the people. That is also important. It doesn't really matter if you're on the left side or the right side of politics. So, of course, you should be somewhere in the middle and do what the people want. And the second is, of course, growth pain. That's something else. So I was only the one on the county level, and suddenly I should work with quite a lot of people and tell them what I talk with other parties about. That is very difficult also. But locally, those who wanted to be on the 14th place on the list, on the 15th, thought that he would not be a member of the local council. So many people do not have that much time as they should have in order to sit in these committees we have and sit in the local council. We have to be more prepared the next time that people have to work when they are members of the council. That is something they have to prepare them to. Mikkel?
Jamen det er jo faktisk meget forlængelse, både Lennart og Yvonne, de pointer, der er kommet. Der ligger også noget i den der forventningsafstemning med de mennesker, der gerne vil stille op for ens parti. Fordi der ligger et eller andet i det, at man forventer fra dag 1, at man kan få alt det gennemført, at man egentlig drømmer om, hvis ikke man har den forventningsafstemning til at starte med. Demokrati er en dejlig styreform, men ting tager altså bare tid. Og i demokrati, der må man også bare sige, at det er kompromisernes kunst. Vi skal kunne tælle til et flertal, ellers kommer tingene ikke til at blive gennemført. Og det er nogle gange, det ikke er ideelt. Det må man for det første kommunikere ærligt ud, og så sige, det er ikke for snart, men vi fik rykket nogle ting. Ellers må man sige, at vi stemte faktisk imod det her, fordi det var så gale, altså det var så langt væk fra vores udgangspunkt, at vi ikke kunne se nogen pointe i. Men ellers er det jo hele tiden den der forventningsafstemning. Ellers så tror jeg, at det går galt rigtig mange steder. Det ser vi også nogle gange lokalt, at der er folk, der enten melder sig ud af de forskellige partier, eller stemmer mod partiet, og så går der noget flyderfnader internt imellem folk, og så ender det bare et skidt sted. Så det kan godt være en udfordring.
So this might be something of a problem as well.
Would anyone else like to take the floor? No?
Do you mind if I say something?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Although I don't know if there's that much.
I don't know whether there's that much to add to the previous comments. It also sounded all so familiar. I think one of the challenges we've had here, but it's not just with us, but with all the parties, it's when people move away from here, then all of a sudden you have to find someone new to fill that seat. You know, or take up that council place. And one of the problems we've had is probably due to the image, as others also mentioned, that the left is always against something or against everything. So it's something we've been working very hard on, you know, communicating very clearly what things we are in favor of, and that should always be the thing that comes first. You know, this is what we stand for, and then only after that, if there's something we have to be against, then that's something we say later. But just trying to say first, this is what we are working towards. So yeah, so nothing more to add this time. Yes, several of you mentioned that when you grow considerably, you might have, you know, take too many spots, and that you need people who are committed and who have the time, you know, to give to those roles. But how do you do that? How do you find those people, and how do you get them on board? May I? Yes. Well, in such a small organization such as ours, when you have parliamentary success, well, that impacts on the rest of your party work. There's no escaping that. You have a great responsibility towards the party, but first and foremost, towards the people who voted for you. If I say that we have a party organization with 30 members and 650 votes, well, then the voters are in, you know, the majority. And now, of course, with COVID, there's been so much disruption. But what we've done in order to attempt to maintain this work of meeting people is that we've set up this sort of this coffee at the library. We've been up also offering people a fish meal for free. You know, it's all about creating opportunities to meet, places to meet, and then you have to use those to talk about politics with those who want to talk about politics, because some people come along but they don't want to talk about politics, of course. Yeah. And so if you are to, you know, cover the non-parliamentary work, then you have to create those spaces to meet, you know, and also make sure that we don't have to be political all the time, and so that people know that they can come to us for information, that it doesn't all have to be about die-hard politics. Yeah. Thank you. Annie?
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Although it is a problem, and I sometimes feel that, you know, my life is just trying to find someone to do something. It's always, and it's not only in politics, but also, you know, well, we would need someone, and then you try to go through the list of all the people you know who haven't moved away and who could possibly be at least slightly interested. But then again, I think there's also the kind of other side to this. When we ask new people to join us and to do politics with us, we can give them power. It's not just, would you like to join us, and you can brew the coffee if you want to, or you could just come to, you know, hang out with us someday. It's about saying, we have a seat for you. We need you to do this job. Could you do it? And I think that also motivates people who are interested in politics, that we can show trust towards them. You know, saying that we know that you're capable of taking care of this. We'll be here supporting you if you need anything, if you need any advice. We'll be here for you if you need anything. You get straight to business, and then in the next election, they'll be our candidates. Even though it is frustrating and challenging, there's also the positive side to it. Thank you. Mikkel?
Jeg synes, at både Lennart og Annie kom med nogle rigtig gode pointer. Jeg skal prøve at bygge en lille smule mere på i forhold til, hvordan vi egentlig også prøver til lidt at engagere folk i det politiske. Først og fremmest tænker vi jo meget, at alt i hele den her verden her, det er jo stort set politik. Altså uanset hvad, uanset om vi siger det politik eller ej, om det er en internetforbindelse, om det er prisen på høresættelefoner eller hvad, så er der politik i forhold til afgifter og alle de her ting. Og det samme er det jo med den lokale busrute, hvornår den går, hvor tit den går. Så vi prøver faktisk hellere at snakke omkring,
at what time it leaves, how frequently it leaves. You know, all these challenges people experience in their everyday are political involved, and their dreams are shaped by that. I mean, what we want from people is just their input. And we can tell people the best way to support is by being a member. You know, it could be about handing out, putting up 15 posters or 50 leaflets, or you know, create a coffee evening like Bennett said. You know, just show people that we're interested in talking about some of these local challenges. We've had an increase in about 20% in our membership, so we now have about 70 members within our local organization, and mostly that's down to talking about people's everyday challenges and everyday dreams. That, Louise? Thank you. I hope it's okay that I also ask a question. I've heard a lot that I agree with and which I recognize, you know, and particularly this point about always being against stuff, you know, and how important it is that we also try to tell people what we are in favor of. And, you know, coming up with solutions, saying, what can we do instead? I think that's a good attitude. Everything's political in life, yes, but not everything's about party politics. You know, it's not because we don't try to, you know, organize new members, and we do get new members. But as you can see here, my COVID hair, our membership is not getting any younger. Are any of you good at drawing in youth, young people in your organization? How do you do that? Yes, I can say that for us it's hard. It's hard to reach younger people. And I don't know about you, but I'm old. I'm retired. But, you know, the times are gone. You know, we no longer at those times where we just put up a poster and said, we have a political meeting, come along. those times are gone. So we have to come up with other ways of organizing. Of course, you know, social media are part of the solution, perhaps. The political everyday, which is not just in parliament, but outside of that, has to, if we want that to survive, we have to come up with new ways of organizing. And I talked about places, locations. We have to find locations where people feel comfortable. You know, and also people need to know they're not going to, you know, become elected members the first time they show up, but we have to make people comfortable, give them places they can turn up to. This is a small municipality. I mean, I know people, you know, I know whether their father was a Centre Party voter and their grandfather too. But my answer to that is trying to come up with new venues for meeting people, new fora, different fora. This may be a bad example, but on May 1st, you know, a traditional day, we've had 2 alternative May 1st events. One was at a coffee shop, and we invited people for coffee and some music. A local troubadour played. That was it. And then also little workshops for kids, you know, cutting and gluing and that sort of thing. I'm not sure that they're brilliant examples, but they are alternatives where new meeting places where hopefully you can meet new people. Yvonne? Yes. Well, I can conclude with saying it's excellent to have good venues to meet people. And as Louise said, it's difficult to draw in youth. So it's good to hear that you can be creative. And Rauma, we've done that on the 8th of March and the 1st of May. We haven't just been thinking about who's going to give the speech, but, you know, who can come along, who can make a nice, cozy event. We don't have, you know, the youngest with us yet, but we do have younger members now. I think we have a fairly equal distribution in terms of age and other variables, which are important, which Mickey said, but in terms of physical places to meet, we have an excellent second nominee who's very capable and has set up a political debate page on Facebook, you know, and moderates this debate page where people get to debate issues that come up at municipal level. Of course, it's hard to moderate this debate. It's very polarized. But I'm a bit curious about what Leonard said about, you know, coffee at the library. Because when you have a Skype meeting and you have a very open microphone, don't you find that many of your opponents just use that as a forum to attack you? Annie?
Thank you.
Thank you. I work as a teacher. So I feel that I should know something about youth. But I think that because I work with children, I feel so old. And I feel like I have no idea what's going on in their minds. I really don't know. But what I think and try to do, because this is their home and I want them to feel that this is a place that takes care of them. And while I work in primary school, so they're quite young kids that I work with. But if they get the feeling that this is a place that cares about them and that their opinion is valued, then they might get the feeling that they want to move back here one day. Because we have a secondary school here, but after that, nothing. So we don't have that many people between 18, 19 and 30. There aren't that many of that age bracket. But we hope that they will eventually move back here anyway. And also the kids who are still living here, what I think is very important is that they actually have the power to have an impact on the area. You know, if you have any kind of youth councils or that, then they will actually have power, and try to get in touch with them. Of course, not everyone is going to turn leftist, and not everyone is going to join your party, but the more you interact with them, and the more they get the feeling that you're actually interested in their life and their visions and their future, then the more likely they are to turn to you. And also, I think Yvonne said something about social media, and that's something I've heard the kids hang out on all the time. Although I'm not on TikTok, so I don't know. Maybe I should go there, try to reach them via that. But definitely, social media is something that should be used. We don't have a proper local newspaper around here. And even if we had, I doubt that the younger ones would read it. So I highly recommend using social media. If we've had a meeting, I might do Insta stories of the main things we had there. If we had a debate, I do a short Insta story where I explain what was going on, what it was about, and what was my opinion on it. Something like that. It doesn't take that much time. So if you don't know how to use it yet, it might be a good idea to get someone to teach it to you. It's not that complicated. Thanks.
Mikkel, please. I think that we have, all of us, we have seen that it's very difficult to work with young people, to get them engaged in the work, because if they are engaged, they usually move to a large town and to get an education, or they have a girlfriend or boyfriend somewhere else in the world, and then you have to start again. I think I have been in Middelfart for 12 years now in the city council. I was 22 years when I started, so I wanted to make a difference for people locally, and I think that many young people also would like to do that if you start to talk about that, but they cannot see themselves in the way that we are discussing on TV or on the national level, because it might be a bit too tough for them. So then you have to get through this, and you can do that through social medias. I'm not on TikTok. I don't think that's a good thing for me. It's quite far from me. But we use Snapchat to reach a group which we would not, which would not be able to reach in other ways. This is something which is good for us, for our candidates, and maybe, but it doesn't really matter. But you have to try to also be humoristic. You have to be a bit funny, because then it is shown that it's not that dangerous to be in politics, actually, if you use humor as well, if it's a bit funny. I think that we have people who listen, who live in small municipalities or small cities, small towns, and they feel that they are fighting. It will be the same result in the elections, whatever we do. There will be the same people will come back after the next elections as well. It might sound good, but where should we start? I mean, if you want to, could you give some information to other people in other municipalities of what you should change from what you have done before, so that you will not get the same things all the time? Lennart, I have written down something which I don't support that, but you should have larger ears than you should have a mouth. Larger ears than mouth. I have said that many times. It is to have meeting places where people feel comfortable to meet other people, have a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, or ask about something, or tell us about how stupid everything is. I mean, you have to dare also, to dare to put aside the party politics, so to speak. Then, of course, or the party hats. I also do it in other ways. I'm not very good at social media, but we had, I know that on the 1st of May this year, we could not meet. I had my speech on the 1st of May at Facebook. And also when I gave a speech before Christmas, it was also on Facebook. And also on New Year's Eve, I gave a speech again on Facebook. Of course, quite a lot of people listened, and I got lots and lots of commentaries. This is very easy. You can use the social media in new ways and in different ways without it being very, very, very heavy. But now it's very difficult. We have these Corona times. I say that, usually said, me and Annie, I think we are always very far from other people. We don't have to distance ourselves as you have in big cities with 1 meter or 2 meters. But it's important to have these meeting places, and these meeting places should be safe for people also. You shouldn't have too high ambitions. Well, of course, to come to the central square, you get a cup of coffee. You don't have to give them some information about the party. You can just be there as a human being. That's also very important, I think. I think that it is more psychology in this than we know, because when you asked what should you use to make people think that this election will be much better than the other elections? First of all, you have to say that our politics is now made for the masses. When we talk about environment, climate in the 70s, people didn't feel that. It was not a threat to them. So the problems in society today are the problems that we talked about already at that time. And we also have the solutions to this. Okay, we started very early, but now we have to continue to work with these questions, because now it is something which is important for people. And before the last elections we had in Norway, I thought that, okay, I might become the mayor, and I wanted to be a mayor also. And I started to think that I would be in that situation. And then, of course, there are some downs as well after the debates. The press wrote that, for instance, SV will never be such a large party that they would have the mayor. It might be a compromise. That was what they wrote in the papers. But the journalists hadn't understood this. And I am continuing to play this role, wanting to be a mayor. So you have to believe in yourself and to want it as well. And of course, the left side in politics should be self-confident. That's also important. What Leonard is saying, all of us are saying, that the use of social media is very interesting, because this year we have a general election in Norway. And of course, everything will be on digital media, and those who cannot use this media will have problems this year. And the election campaign, well, many people will vote very early. They will not vote on the day. They will vote by post or So we have already started, in fact, with the campaign. Now we have to write the speeches. Now we have to go to be on Snapchat, Instagram, or whatever. That must be published now, not a day before the elections. We have a very, very long election campaign this year, I think. We have quite a lot, which is good for people, and we have to get that out now. Yes. I do not have any more questions. Do you have something you want to discuss? If not, we can have a concluding round, but Lennart wants to say something. I don't know about you, but I think that In Sweden, at least, we have, this was discussed also during earlier, we have people in Sweden. We have the Swedish Democrats, as you know, in Sweden. And I'm worried about that party because they, in the small towns, cities, and villages as well, that they can find platforms so they can use in the future. Of course, there are people here that they have been voting for the left party in the local elections, but for the Swedish Democrats in the general election. So we have to have a new strategy here also on the local level with these people, because it might be very easy to in small cities to be a populist and also to get quite a lot of power being a populist and also get influence on the regional side. Here in Västerbotten, we have the same as you have with counties. Those are the opposition. So they threaten the power now. They also threaten other parties on the right side of the politics. So I think that the Nordic left has a task here. What type of strategy should we have in order to meet this party? I am very worried actually about what will happen during the next elections. Please, Louise. Yes. Lennart, it is also something I'm worried about. We have the Dansk Folkeparti, Danish People's Party, for many years. They are not very big at this point in time, but then they have another party, because the party called Nye Borgerlige, which is a party which is not only against immigrants, but also it's a very, very liberal party when it comes to social policies as such. And we fear, because I have from time to time said that I'm very envious of the Danish Folks Party as a socialist, because of the type of voters they have. But they can tell the voters whatever. They say that we work for the old, and they cut down. That we work for the old people, and while they are cutting down, and the voters they believe them. Sometimes, if we don't do what we said we should do, our voters tell us that. But I also fear these populist powers, also in these areas which is far from the center, because quite a lot of people here think that it doesn't really matter. Nobody listens to us. Our town is very small, or our area is very small, and people are starting we should stick together, and we should keep everything else outside from our territory. We have to take it very serious as well in the Nordic countries. How could we stop this in the long run? And start to get the population, which is not afraid to get new impulses. Mikkel, please. I think that Louise said something I also wanted to say, so thank you. When it comes to Denmark, of course, I think that a point is also that we should also find the holes in the social. They are good to find holes in the social media to communicate on the social media. They could be very, very square, and it might be fake news as well. That might also be something we can see on Facebook and on other channels as well in the social media. It's very difficult to combat this, as long as as we did with Trump when he when they closed his accounts. Maybe one should also have this here, so that when these parties on the right hand side, when they come up with something, it should be said that it also might be fake news. We cannot do that, so we have to do it in another way. And the immigrants, they are working at the same level as the Danish people. Many of them get an education. Many of them want to be together with everybody else. And we have a small group which has to have some problems because they have other problems as well. So of course, the Danish people as well, they have problems to getting a job, and they have problems also. So this is something which we are also thinking about. But I don't think we have been able to break the code, because we can see that these parties are now going forward. The larger these parties become, the more they have to say, and they will also have a policy which is something which we do not like. Thank you. Yvonne? Yes, it's very interesting with the populistic parties. It is something which we see everywhere now. To get the ideology out is very, very difficult. It's much easier to get out, get an easy rhetoric out to the people. In Norway, we have the People's Progress Party, which is more or less like the Swedish Democrats in Sweden, but they have worked with the organization and built an organization much better than we have done on the local and regional level. They have been able to catch people. We are very inclusive in our party. We want to take care of everybody. But I think that more and more people here that the populist parties do the same things. And when we had the election campaign last time, I was a candidate for the parliament. I didn't get in, but I tried to park the rhetorics of the right-hand populist from my area. He said that I was an elite. He has himself had been working in large PR companies, so this was definitely not quite right. The populists, they turn everything around, and we have to try to find the arguments to show that they are wrong. It goes for privatization. It goes for what they do in practice as well. This gives people challenges, and I think that I'm a teacher myself. It was interesting to hear that you're also teachers, some of you. And SV is a party for teachers. That's always been known as a party for the teachers. Always. When we started to think about building an organization, and we thought that we should not be a party only for those with a lilac scarf. I mean, those who came as leaders from big business, they wanted to take part in our meetings, because our policy is a policy for everybody. It's a policy for everybody, and that is something which is different from the right-hand populist parties. So the rhetoric they have, we should stop that time and time again. And I had a picture on Facebook. They had a picture on Facebook, these parties, what they wrote about something, Christmas service in the church. They didn't want to take out the words to have Christmas in the school. Nobody has said that. It's a fake problem, which of course people have feelings about this. We should not be afraid of awakening feelings in people, but we should do it the right way, where it of course is a part of our value system.
Okay, we don't have that much time left, but we can take one last round, and then I will conclude for today. Lennart, would you like to kick it off? Thank you. I'm also a teacher. Yes, I think I've probably already said enough, but I would like to conclude by stressing that we have to listen, have big ears, particularly in smaller places where we are known and where we know people. We have to foster environments where people feel comfortable, not threatened, not forced to be the same or, even take a particular stance, where people don't necessarily have to come to express a certain solution or press for everything, but a place where they can just come to reflect and ask questions. Now, I've spent a long time in politics at different levels, and I think it makes me humbler, more and more humble, but I'm also more and more firm in my ideological conviction. And I think Yvonne mentioned that sometimes, you're in certain environments where you're not used to be, environments that you're not used to encounter as a left-wing politician. And what I find is that when I've been in environments where I've definitively not expected to find views that are similar to mine, sometimes you do. And you can also get a lot of respect for engaging with those environments. And I've been in places where company CEOs have wondered what I was doing, and I say that tell them I'm convinced that I'm working both for myself, but also for you. I'm convinced that I do and can represent you. Thank you, Mikkel. Thank you. And thank you all for raising such excellent points. It's been a pleasure to learn from you. And to conclude here in about 2 minutes, I am very hopeful about the upcoming local elections throughout the Nordic countries, particularly if we can take people's concerns on board and to draw them into, establishing solutions. And at the local level, we have to, talk to people and tell them that we want to find solutions for them. And, and for anyone out watching there on YouTube, just tell them, please do, get involved, take the plunge. You can make a difference as long as you have the will to make a difference. I think if good people get involved, we will see progress. In Denmark, we'll have elections in November. And, we have 98 municipalities in 5 regions, and we need a marked left wing majority because we also still, need to have a strong communities after COVID, during COVID. In the wake of COVID, we will find new challenges and we will need to shore up our institutions, our public institutions. And I think the left is best placed to do that. And we have to communicate that. We have to get better at that. And we also have to get better at using social media at the local level, certainly. And, we need to nip at the heels of those right-wing candidates who are so good at using social media. I think we can learn, we will learn, and we're getting better at it. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Annie, go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think one of the most important things is that you also work between elections, because it's so easy to focus on campaigns, but what we do between the elections is even more important. And as Leonard has said many times, it's really important to listen to people. And also, showing up is important. And as someone already mentioned here, everything is political. It doesn't have to be party political, but when people know that you are a representative of the left, and then you show up, at a reindeer fair, for example, places where people don't expect you to show up, that makes a difference. Shows that you care about that, and that you're also ready to engage with those environments. And I also agree with Yvonne, with what she said in her opening. It's very important that you're not attacking others, not attacking other parties or politicians, but that you're kind of clear about what you stand for, what you are in favor of, what you want to change, and what you're willing to do, and also what you've done in the past. If you've done something significant, then let people know about it. We made 3 new schools for this municipality during this term. That is something people should be aware of. Who's behind those decisions? So yeah, I think the most important thing is to be in touch with people. And the smaller the places, the easier it is to really engage with people and to get to know the people who voted you in and what they're expecting of you. Thank you. It's been a pleasure sharing thoughts with you. Thank you. Louise? Thank you. And thank you for the initiative to this talk. It's always very, very interesting to hear how others, go about things, also in your neighboring countries that may be very different, but are also very similar. I think that on the left, we now have a great opportunity to grow. Because if we look at what young people talk about right now, it's the environment, climate change, and that is the left wing. I mean, if we'll have to really mess up if we were to hand that to the right wing. And what I also think is very important is this ability to cooperate and being perceived as part of the solution in the local society, not part of the problem. And also that you sometimes dare to be unpopular. You dare sometimes having views and stances that the majority doesn't agree with, but that you also have to be good at going out and explaining why. And not just say, other people are stupid for not thinking like we do, but going out and explaining why we think what we think. Because I think, a lot of people, a lot of voters out there, they want to, have something to think about, to reflect on. They want to engage in the debate. Thank you. Yvonne. Yeah. I think it's all been very well summarized by everyone. But yeah, we have a lot to offer on the left, but stay on message. Yes, of course. I think everyone knows that our policies, the environment, of course, and, addressing inequality in, social inequality and poverty and climate inequality. And we have to be very careful not to let other parties snatch that from us. And we have to also stretch that we're ordinary people, but that we work politically. And we have to demonstrate, that we're professional, responsible. And what everybody has said already, it's important that we're there in the local environment, in different environments, and contribute to practical solutions. And, as you said, listen, if you're out in environments that are maybe a bit challenging, okay, you might not be selling the party, but you will be gaining knowledge about what people think of our party. And as it has been said, we have to do that all the time, not just during electoral campaigns. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. It's been great to be part of these seminars, and I can, my takeaway from this, it's a fantastic movement to be part of. I feel safe here, I feel among friends, feminists, socialists, who are all fighting for a better society. And that's very encouraging and comforting. And that was it for today. So once again, thank you very much to everyone involved, and thank you to everyone watching. I hope to see you all again soon. Thank you.